Hello everyone, and welcome back to the Heartwell dev stream, the live stream series where I continue to develop this adorable Souls-like action RPG with platforming mechanics and a branching narrative. And if you want to watch these, if you find these dev streams helpful or interesting, please make sure to subscribe to the YouTube channel and boot that bell button to stay notified. Now, during the previous dev stream, it focused almost exclusively on level design, and we managed to get a lot done. So, for those of you who weren't here last stream, we were outlined a bunch of different, we'll say, level scenarios, and this is basically the outline of different potential rooms that could be in a dungeon, with a whole bunch of different ideas, making use of the different enemy types I've come up with so far for this first dungeon. And after that, we started doing what I'll call an overarching level diagram. So you can see here, nothing super fancy, just a very general way of outlining how different rooms would be laid out and relative to each other. And the goal for tonight's stream is definitely going to be continuing to work on these diagrams. Ideally, I want to finish these level diagrams so I can start actually going back into the tiled map editor and bringing some of these together and tying them together into one large cohesive dungeon. So that's probably the main focus for tonight's stream. Oh, and hey Copper Nicholson, thanks for dropping by. How's it going? Welcome, welcome. Things are going well. But before we do the level design, I'll just mention briefly what I've been working on with Heartwell in the background. So, I have spent most of my time actually not working on this section here. This largely has remained the same since the last dev stream. However, I have been working a lot on the game's first interactive cutscene. So, you can see here, we got our little character portrait and little text spots area, text displays here. And as it stands, I've got to the point where I can go through the entire scene. It'll stop at certain points and provide some choices for the player to make, which will make them choose which dialogue path to go down. Also, hello Snowflake! Thank you so much for dropping by, and thanks for the boop. How you been? But yeah, just explaining what I've been working on with Heartwell since last step stream. So it's been entirely about this interactive cutscene. So the idea being to have different choices display, text, and so on and so forth. Now, unfortunately, this is not something I would feel comfortable showing on stream simply because it is it's something that ties in very closely with the game's plot, and thus I would consider it a spoiler. Not something I would want to reveal before the demo's out there, and something that everyone can enjoy and experience for themselves. But just know this is what I've been working on. I'm almost done with what we'll say the raw. Yeah, I know, Snowflake. I know it's. I trust me, I got the feeling. Like I've spent a lot of time on this stuff, and I really do want to share it with you all. It's just I want to do so in a way when it's all kind of come together, and in a way where you can really experience it all together, as opposed to seeing bits and pieces. So that by the time the demo actually comes out, there's almost nothing new to experience. Thanks Snowflake, I appreciate it. And I'm excited to see what you all think of it when it comes out. But that's probably more towards the middle of next year, seemingly. But I'll keep working on it anyway. Happy to say though that basically the raw dialogue, it's all implemented, and so is the decision-making mechanic here. So that's all good. I just need to finish putting in a few more character portraits towards the tail end of the scene. To then match the tone of what I'm trying to convey. And after that, off stream, I will be, of course, drawing the area the cutscene occurs in, perhaps a few character animations here and there. So all good stuff. But, like I mentioned before, tonight's stream is going to focus mainly on level design, so I'm actually going to close out of Fusion for now. And we're going back to this diagram, so for those who remember. this is just outlining the general paths we have here. So we got up to here last time. Might actually want to just move these a little to the sides to give ourselves some more space. I'm noticing this is starting to get very cluttered. So maybe move that over there. Another thing I'll definitely want to do. Aw, thanks, Snowplay. And just to clarify, Snowplay, it's only the demo that comes out next year. Like, the full game is still years away, but just even having some little part of the game out by next year will be it's exciting time. So I really appreciate it, Snowplay. Thank you very much. I'm definitely excited for you all to be able to have your hands on the demo and be able to provide feedback and just all in all see what you think of it. Now, I'm thinking what we'll do here, you know, some prop box up here. I'm going to make this just a little note box to list all the items, we'll say in a particular slide here. Since I know if I just say refer to things as item 1, item 2, I'm going to get confused very quickly and that won't be helpful. Also, the music is a little loud. Let's let that down a bit. Anyway. Okay, so we'll call this item list. And that first item, I think, is a... no, that's perfectly fair, Snowplay. That's perfectly fair. Yeah, that's the thing. It's like, even a demo takes a while to make. And I guess another thing I have to... Oh, there was a chat reward notification. 1 second, Copper Nicholson. Let me see here. Okay, so read a message is Milliam. Or not read a message, just Milliam. You want to bring Milliam back after the flawed last stream? I had a wonderful idea. What if Milliam trolled Heartwell? No! Well, alright then, I guess I have to do that. 1 second. Oh, that sounds like fun, Snowflake. Have you started working on developing a game recently? Or is it more so in like the concept phase right now? Let me just pull up the meme challenge. Stream. There we go. Also need to make sure that's displayed. There we go. Wait, points can be... Oh, I actually didn't know that. So points can be redeemed. Well, I would say as much as I enjoy, like, the... Yeah, I think we'll have to do that, Copper Nicholson, so... My apologies, but I guess during a dev stream, I tend to want to focus more on actually developing. And if I have to kind of counterbalance role-playing as Milliam with that will be very difficult. Now, I'll try to figure out how the whole point refund thing works so you can get your 3,600 channel points back. I'm sorry, Copper, but this is not like a challenge run stream. This is a dev stream, and I definitely need to... I mean, if you've seen, like, in my past dev streams, there are moments where I get very easily distracted, where I'm either deep in thought or easily distracted, and it's just... I don't want that to be affecting things here. No, Copper Nicholson, no. So, I would say, I'll try to figure out during first, I'll try to figure out during the first break how to refund that, Copper Nicholson. But anyway, where was I? Oh yeah, item list. So what this will be is a way to just very quickly note which item is which in the area down here. That way, not only am I keeping track of which item is which, but also how many items total I'm putting in a particular dungeon, so I just overload one particular dungeon or another with too many items. Since that is one concern I have, chat, is if I put too many of these if I put too many items in one dungeon, it'll make you know, the character get way too overpowered way too early. But I also don't want it to be so bare that it feels like there's nothing to go for. But in order to do that, I think we'll need to finish mapping out the main dungeon before we can consider really where to throw in some items. Now, settle down, you two, settle down. This is a supportive stream, Team Copper Nicholson. Alright. We've got... Which ones have we got here? We still got two of the rattlesnake ones. And we have the cobra ones. Yeah, it makes sense, Snowflight, and I really appreciate the suggestion. Because my goal by the end of tonight's stream is to at least have this diagram done, because if I could finish this diagram at minimum, or get in a semi-finished state, that would be very helpful for level design purposes. Let's see here. I guess to start with, we need to figure out which rooms we haven't used yet. So we actually have used A3 already. So I'm just going to delete that. Okay, we've used A1 through A3. We've used B1 through B3. And C1 through C4. Okay. Okay. That's kind of what we have to work with. Alrighty. I'm feeling a bit more confident with the... Wait, which one? Yeah. Feeling a bit more confident with the right side of the map right now, just because it already has some little intricacies in it. But the left side's feeling a bit linear at the moment, so it's kind of just getting started. So, which one do we want to throw in next? Okay, so B4 is the L-shaped platform, Rattlesnakes and Cabrattles. Why did I throw a B1 in there? Oh, right, Cobra's the main enemy. We have to introduce that. I think a natural progression of that would be we introduced one Cobra. But I was at the high elevation. Okay. Okay, that... Now I kind of remember what I was working on. Oh yeah, oh that sounds pretty cool, Copper Nicholson. Yeah, I really enjoy Dungeons & Dragons. It's a really fun role-playing game. I've been a Dungeon Master before, and I've also been a player before. I both have a lot of fun to be had there, writing other characters or different stories, world building. It's all good stuff. And in fact, I would even say that Dungeons & Dragons, what I learned from world building throughout my time as a Dungeon Master has helped immensely with writing Heartwell's lore and just organizing my thoughts and writing characters and such. So For anyone who wants to become a better writer, I would actually really suggest trying Dungeons and Dragons, because it is a great way to both write and have fun and learn a lot of storytelling and world building principles as you go. Oh, that sounds like fun, Copper Nicholson. So, yeah, homebrewed rules can be a lot of fun as long as there's good balance between everything. But anyway, I know I've been, my mind's been all over the place right now, but what I'm thinking is now's the time to actually add a challenge room. And what the challenge room is would be, we've already used like the seat. Notice in here that we've used all the ones that are just rattles and rattlesnakes. All those ideas have already been used. But I was thinking if we add a little challenge path here, that would make things just a smidge more interesting. So bring this over here. Boop. Since I'm noticing that B5 is, well, not B5, but B6 is the Corral Rattlesnake Maze of Death, and you're wondering what's that, Antomicx? It's this monstrosity, which was definitely designed to be more of a challenge room, in my view. So I'm thinking like we'd have an item up there, and this should lead to a potential item. And okay, so B6, C6 is the one we want. Why did I want B5 again? Not B5. Okay, so C6 will be over here. Thinking we'll want an intermediate there. So we do have, I think, the tunnel. Yeah. So we'll want a Rattlesnake Tunnel, followed by the actual challenge itself. So the Rattlesnake Tunnel is A4. Okay, so here's the plan, chat. I have a branching path here. One will lead to the side area, which is the A4. This being a medium-sized Rattlesnake Tunnel. Ooh, a heron down. I've never heard of those before. Actually, no, I think I've heard of them. I think you mentioned them on the Discord server. They're like a rabbit race. Seems like it could be fun. I don't think there are actually that many character races in, we'll say, D&D vanilla that focus on mobility, but like a rabbit race could definitely focus on that. Ooh, cool. Sounds like fun. Out of curiosity, have you ever played Dungeons and Dragons Snowflake? I don't think I ever asked. I'm pretty sure yeah, I know that you've played Dungeons and Dragons before, Copper. Right there's C6. Oh yeah, for sure, Snowflake. The thing is you might be saying, Antomicx, why are you doing things this way with making Heartwell? Well, if you remember from the previous dev streams when we were trying to draw every room bit by bit, it's very, very hard to just be like, okay, let's not make a dungeon. Hey, let's bring it all together and it'll make sense. No. Like, if you try to go just room by room without really taking into account how the big dungeon should fit together, you'll either end up with a lot of rework, or you'll end up with just a very linear, uninspiring dungeon design. And I did not want that. So, yep, those are beds. So, I don't know, another creative way to try and make the platforming fit into themes for particular rooms. So what I've settled on over the course of these past dev streams is actually playing this out a bit more because of the intricate nature of the dungeon design and the interconnectedness of it all. Aw, thanks, Snowflake. But yeah, as I was saying, I think it'll be, as we saw, just the room outline allowed me to make a whole lot of more interesting rooms that played with the gameplay mechanics very quickly. And I think it'd be, it would only require minor edits at worst to adjust any of these rooms to fit a particular theme for a room. It's just more so like coloring them in, like it's as though like I've outlined the room, like sketched it out, and then I'd kind of like a coloring book be filling it in. Yep, I am a Dungeon Master Snowflake. I've been a Dungeon Master for, I want to say, since I think about 2018 or something like that. And really enjoyed it. It's taught me a lot about world building's made me a much better writer, and I do not think I would be able to make Heartwell if I did not learn what I did from being a Dungeon Master. So, yeah. Thanks for the compliment, Snowflake. Really appreciate it. But yeah, well, that's the thing, Snowflake, is everyone starts out bad, but then you get better over time, and that's part of the fun of being a Dungeon Master, is you're doing writing and world building. And, the more you do it, the better you get, and it also provides you a valuable skill set that can help you with a lot of different areas of life. I mean, I've definitely found better writers help me with game design in ways I never imagined it could. I mean, I don't think I'd be doing this, what you're seeing here, if I hadn't had to learn like the mapping I did and the dungeon mapping I did as a Dungeon Master. I'm also thinking, since I think C4, side note. Oh, well, that's the thing, Snowflake, is you can have a fairly linear storyline as long as you're willing to let things deviate a bit. Since I enjoy dungeon mastering where I give at least some variability in what can happen, or leave some room for that. But yeah, Snowflake, the thing is, it's like the players will do things you don't expect, and that's just something you have to accept. And generally, it's better to roll. It's generally better to roll with your players' interests, as long as it doesn't like break stray too far from your narrative or things like that. Fair enough, Snowflake. Fair enough. But if you want to be a better dungeon master, or at least are interested in it, I suggest honestly just watching some D&D podcasts or Twitch streams just to get an idea for what being a DM is like, running roles and all that. You can also sometimes use those as ways to see not only what to do, but also what not to do. One of my friends who became a dungeon master, he actually watched the D&D podcast for like a Pokemon campaign, and after he watched it, he's like, man, this taught me a lot, but also they did so many things I don't want to do. And that's okay, because you'll learn something about how you want to be a DM from that. Yeah, but what I was thinking here with C6 is it might be a good idea to have it kind of loop back into room C4 if there's a with a wide room to the left with a higher. Oh, it's that room. Okay. Well, if it's that room, that could be good to like tempt the player with the item. Let's set the item box. We shall call you item 2. And what we will do, chat, is I'm thinking like it would be really cool if like item 2 you could actually like see it on a ledge in room C4, but then as a player, like, how the heck do I get that item? And then you realize, oh, there must be another path to get out there. I love it when that kind of stuff happens in Dark Souls. It's where like you're tempting the player, you're encouraging them to explore, to venture into the unknown, but also just keeping those items just tantalizingly out of reach. Exactly, Snowflake, exactly. So let me just move that there, and this over here. Yeah. That there. Oop. Ta-da! Alright, now this clearly is not to scale. Probably most likely is not to scale. And that's okay. We'll just roll with it. So there's another little side path. We used A4 and C6 there. Okay. 4, 6. Fair enough, Snowflake. It depends on the game. Some games really don't offer much room for trying different things to accomplish a certain situation, and other games offer a huge amount of variety. And the thing is, you don't necessarily have to have like a super complicated like RPG mechanic system to allow for variety and solving different problems. You just need to have we'll say a set of core gameplay mechanics that are versatile enough to allow the players to chain them together in interesting ways, or use them in ways that might seem unintended. An example of that would be a Hat in Time, or even games like Mario Odyssey, where even though you don't have like any like lever you can pull, it's like, aha, I have 1,000 coins, now I'm going to level up my jumping ability. No, that doesn't exist. But the tools they provide you, the mixture of rolls and wall jumping and different movement mechanics, can be chained together in such interesting ways that you can solve otherwise linear level sections in creative ways that clearly were not intended by the devs, which is really cool. Also, hello, EM Pluto. Thank you so much for dropping by. How's the times? No one is Spot's only Final Destination. Exactly. A man of culture, I see. Oh, I love those memes. Those are so good. Before I forget, I also want a side path over here, since this is another opportunity for the other Rattlesnake Death Pit. I'm glad you're doing well. Sorry, I was just a little distracted, Copper Nicholson. But also, if you're being a DM, Ian Pluto, I wish you the best of luck to that. And if you need any advice as to, like, you know, good practices or things like that, you're always welcome to reach out to me, because I've been a dungeon master for quite a while now. I think we need another set of stairs. Been using stairs a lot in this section. But like I said, I do enjoy making it so that players can see something in the distance. Actually, maybe we don't need a set of stairs, since this could just be shown in a different area. What was A5? Okay, yeah. A5 is the Rattlesnake Maze. Okay. Yeah, I actually do think we would want to have another set of upstairs. So we'll call this upstairs 4. That there. This there, another side path. We'll have a Rattle Maze, or not a Rattle Maze, a Cobra hallway into another set of upstairs. And upstairs, well, upstairs 6, I should say, so upstairs 6. This will lead out around here, and then the players will just see a room that they can't seem to enter from any direction. Again, another tantalizing section. This will be the A5 room, so the Rattlesnake Death Maze. Will be where item 3 is. We determine what that will be. And I should just loop back down there for convenience's sake. I think, bada boom. Alrighty. There we go. And having the player just have that sort of see the item in the distance, be like, how do I get that? I love it when that happens in games. Alright. Delete A4 and A5 then, because those are now used. I think D6 has been used as well. Okay. I will keep in mind that the right side, well, actually, I guess it's not technically the right side since this one, well, no, it is, yeah. So the right side currently has 2 items, but the left side only has one item of value. So we'll need to make sure to keep that somewhat balanced. And in terms of rewards, I think for item 2 and item 3, those are both, we'll say, death pit areas. That might be a good idea to reward the player with some kind of healing item, since at this point in the game, this early on, they won't have much healing items. So probably item 2 and item 3 will both be the same kind of item. Increases. Yeah, and reward the player with something very, very useful, especially early on. Now to continue with this. Okay, so we got 4 each left. How to structure this. And to do 1, 2, 3, 4 checkpoints. 1, 2, 3, 4 checkpoint. Okay. So we kind of have to do like, I guess, an introductory, then do the 3 levels, and then checkpoint. Start on the left side. here. To the snakes be a recurring enemy, like they're just a hold a garage around, show up in different dungeons each time strike. And maybe if you are able to find all the snake spots and beat them, well, each time the last time you are able to speak it out and agree to be on the same side, you get like a oh, that's funny. I like the idea of a Snake Whisperer achievement for just battling all the different snake types in the game. The thing is, Snowflake, the snakes are kind of like, I would call them I think Copper Nicholson puts them best. They're the Goomba of Heartwell. And what that means is they're like a common recurring enemy that could be throughout the entire game and not just in this one dungeon. I mean, obviously in the tutorial dungeon, they're supposed to have the main interest because they're the easiest enemies in the game. But kind of like the hollows in Dark Souls, but that doesn't mean there can't be even more crazy ideas for snake types later in the game potentially. Just like how Dark Souls makes the hollows scarier when they start giving them like torches or making them a lot more aggressive. Yep, exactly, Snowflake. But I like the idea of like a Snake Whisperer achievement. And speaking of achievements, I've heard it is possible to put Steam achievements into Fusion 2.5 games, and if I can figure out how to do that, you better believe I'm going to make a lot of achievements, because I love it when games have a bunch of achievements. Some of course for things like progress the story or beat a level, but I also love it when single player games have like those specific achievements that are like extremely arbitrary, but make you really play the game a little bit differently, or at least go for something you wouldn't otherwise go for. The one that comes to my mind is in, I think, Half-Life 2 episode 1 or episode 2. There's an achievement for beating the entire, we'll say, episode, so it's like a series of chapters in a single player game while only using ever using one bullet. And the only way to do, and the reason it says that specifically is because you need to use one singular bullet to open a particular padlock on a main path. But after that, you can't use any kind of ballistic-based weapon for the rest of the run, which is, you know, really interesting in my view. The fact that that's even possible. So I'd probably come up with some silly shenanigans like that. People are only rocks. Yes. Listen. You laugh now, but so Snake Whisperer achievement. Defeat at least one of every type of snake in Heartwell. No, it's the only rock. Yeah, at a certain point, you know, you have to let the challenge runners have their fun, so you can't make every single potential challenge run an achievement. Also, I'm noticing, Ian Pluto, you had a question. Do each of your dungeons have a theme? Yes. So in general, the thought process with each dungeon, there will be some kind of theme behind them. And that theme isn't, and while that theme will be gameplay, gameplay mechanic related, may around a certain enemy type or a certain idea, I also want to make sure each dungeon has its own little story to tell and fits into the grander world I'm trying to build here. Called the Charlie Brown one. the Charlie Brown one. I actually do like that idea for an achievement name, so. What if we call it just the Charlie Brown run achievement? Gets any ending in Heartwell while only using rocks as your ranged weapon. There's a wall in the shape of a Heartwell, so we're just gonna find it. Yes, okay. Find the hearts. Find the Heartwell. Achievements. Examine the heart-shaped well. Okay. Now, yeah, we've had a bit of an aside. That's fine. I liked achievement ideas. I mean, one idea I had for an achievement that might be fitting for more fitting for the demo than the full game is something like One Punch Dorothy. Defeat any enemy at full health with a single attack using the fist's melee weapon. Now to get that in the demo, let's just say some grinding would be involved for sure. Because even the enemy with the lowest amount of health would still require a fair amount of grinding to be able to defeat them in a single hit from the fist attack. Wait, Charlie Brown and Dorothy both wear white cloaks. It's all coming together. Alright. One that references the Juicewell meme. I mean, in order to do that, we probably need to have more of the game completed before I could figure out what would qualify as a Juicewell run or something like that. Oh, that's funny. I have to write that down. I'm sorry. Possible examination text. It feels as though this would be connected. It's so meta. I love it. Story in some way, but it isn't. And then just have people go insane trying to figure out if that well is actually connected to the story in some way. Okay, but that's what I was originally doing, which is trying to lay out these different areas. We have a lot of Rattle sessions. So C5 on platform separate from the end of a long winding path. I think I know which one that is. I think. Let me check the. Oh yeah, it's that one. Yep, that's definitely a tricky one. So. No, Cameron Nicholson, no. Nope, it's just a well. Yes, it's actually Snowflake. It'll be that would be the equivalent of that one ring that you can get in Dark Souls as a gift that's truly useless. It even says so in the description. But people spent, I want to say, months trying to figure out if it was truly useless or not. But no, the ring actually does nothing. It's just there because the devs are trolls. Anyway, so C5, I think we actually would want to leave that as like sort of a finale section or a balance section. But the others should definitely be in a series. So C7. Question is where to diverge them. Delivering. Okay, what I'm thinking. Maybe to do a 2-and-2 situation. Well, no. At this point, the player would be getting very close to the area they need to be. But I keep coming back to the idea that not C, C7. Platform. Yeah, I think C7 should be the next one, followed by C8, and then we can do a divergent path kind of thing. So C7 had a... Alright, so C8 actually requires a key. So we'll have to do something like... Oh, actually, now I think about it, it couldn't just be a straight line to C8. Maybe it's like you have to go to C8 to actually get the key. Then C7's actually where it is, so it's not as long as a distance since the start of the area. But nah. And C8 is a more challenging one, so it's kind of like a little mini checkpoint. Maybe the door can have like a shortcut. Yeah, that's probably what we want to do. Make the door have some kind of shortcut that connects back here. So, our third lever door. Or fifth lever door, I should say. There we go. Okay, so in this dungeon, are we trying to go up and out or down further in, or is the way down the way out? Great question, Snowflake. So, the answer to all those questions is yes. And you might say, Antomicx, how? Well, the way I'm just designing this dungeon is that there actually is not one singular correct way to leave. And since you bring it up, now's probably a good time to put these in. So let's make this green. Yep, so there's actually, my intent with this tutorial dungeon is to actually have 3 different exits. And none are the quote-unquote correct exits. Yeah, like, all of them are valid. Yep, exactly, Ian Pluto. So the intent here was... yeah, exactly. Well, the thing... to give some perspective, the direction you exit the tutorial dungeon will matter. In the sense that it will determine what part of the main map that you start on. And I'm dividing the main map into like 3 distinct regions. So even early on, something as simple as determining which way you leave a dungeon actually does have a pretty big impact on how you experience the game. Now, that doesn't block you off from going to those other regions. It just makes it a lot harder to go to those other regions. So... Aw, thanks, definitely. I appreciate the compliment. So, but yeah, so that's the intent with this tutorial dungeon, is to really, again, fully embrace the idea of like this kind of branching Metroidvania-ish level design I'm going for, is to say, hey, there's not one correct exit, there's 3. But yeah, unfortunately, actually seeing those different regions will not be in the initial demo, simply because that's going to take a long time to make. Especially to do it justice in the way that I want to. But general intent is that, like as you can see here, they would lead to different areas. I might actually want to call. We're going left to right here. Probably something like that. Actually, no, Snowflake. So the this dungeon has 2 potential bosses, and you probably noticed that there seem to be 2 kind of distinctive main paths here. One kind of focuses a lot more on the right side, heavily favoring the Cobra, and the other focuses more on the left side, heavily favoring the Cabrattle. That is quite intentional. As each of those paths will have a boss to them. But I will say that technically, by the way this dungeon will be designed, both of those bosses are optional. So you don't have to fight either of them to leave this tutorial dungeon. Or you could fight both of them. There's no reason not to. I will say though, leaving the dungeon without fighting either of them is probably, you know, at the player's own loss, but that's their choice. Fair enough stuff. Like, yep. So basically, once I got a handle for where the rooms are laid out, that's where I would start thinking, okay, where do I want the boss arenas, and how do I want the exits to be connected out? But yeah. So, and yeah, Ian Pluted, so to answer your earlier question, yep, there would be multiple exits with the potential for backtracking. I think I designed it in such a way where you wouldn't be able to backtrack to the tutorial dungeon at least for a little bit before you maybe, I don't know, get a new key item to let you come back or something like that. Or perhaps open up another path that would lead you back depending on which way you went. But I do think it'd be cool to be able to return to the tutorial dungeon and see if things change a little bit. Exactly, Snowflake. Just like how in Dark Souls 1, if you don't read like the text messages to tell you how to play the game, that's at your own loss. My thought is, if the players don't fight the bosses, that's on them, because they're the easiest bosses. And they're like, you know what? I don't need to fight those bosses. I'm just gonna go into the main game proper. Well, okay, you only have fists and rots to work with if you do it that way, but that's your call. At least at the start. Boss rush achievement, beat all the bosses in the tutorial dungeon. I wouldn't necessarily call that a boss rush because they're not. I mean, they're designed to be tutorial bosses. They're not meant to be super difficult. But there should definitely be. I do agree that there should be some achievement for defeating both bosses in a playthrough. But yeah. 4 or 5. Actually, I need a lever. Let's just make a note about that. We need a key door. I'm realizing that should be lever door 1. Lever. Okay. There we go.
Very much alike. Remember all the happy times we had?
Up there. Will there be any Lovecraft-inspired enemies? No comment, Ian Fluta. I'm a bit too early to be thinking too much about specific enemy types like that. I will say there are some pretty dark ideas for reasons behind certain enemies. Whether you call them Lovecraftian or not depends on your definition of Lovecraftian. If you're talking like some kind of Cthulhu, like octopus monster or something like that, I don't have anything like that in my mind at the moment. But if you mean like some decrepit, dark enemies that are kind of scary in their design, or to be clear, Heartwell is not a horror game, but I do think I have some monster ideas that the lore behind them would, at the very least, be unsettling. Fair enough, Amplit. So we have that lever door, it leads down here. Now that we're down here, I'm thinking C9 would be a challenge area, potentially lead to an item or some other thing. Oh wait, no. No, I know what we need to do. What I'm thinking, chat, I want a pathway that kind of goes through, like, kind of takes you through, like, sort of a, we'll call, quote unquote, a walk down memory lane or something like that. Like some upper path that you see, like, connections to in many different parts of the dungeon that actually leads to one of the exits. And this to be one of the exits that could be done without defeating either boss. But in order to do it, it requires some degree of mastery of, we'll say, the dungeon itself. And to that end, I think using some challenge paths might be a good way to do that. So C5 was the challenge, yeah. C9 is the main way forward. Where C5 is the challenge path. So let's at least write that idea down in general so we have it on hand. Exit path idea for tutorial. An upper path. Okay. So this is where things will start to connect together. So D5 brings a lever door. Okay. Now, well, it'll be a lever door, but it'll also have a key. What I'm thinking is all this key 4. There we go. And that lever door will lead to some central area. Similarly, we'll have another lever door. So the player can actually connect both areas and area sections with this path here. And then what we do is we have a couple of locked doors. So lock door 4. And lock door 5, kind of one right after the other. Then just give myself a little note here. At some point there would be a upstairs, so an upstairs 7. Like that. Okay, upstairs 7. And my thought for this particular exit chat is, I think it'd be cool if like you could see like towards the end of this particular exit pretty early on. So this area right here that's empty space is actually the well itself. So it's in the map, it's this area here. So one thing I did in this is a bit of an aside chat. So oh, of course, Snowflake. In fact, if you want to just use any particular read message as, but have me read it as Dorothy instead, I'm fine with that. Yeah, that would be a good idea. No, immediately it's like, but that means Antomicx needs to try and roleplay a voice for his own character. What would that sound like, I wonder? Alright, well, what message did you want me to say, Snowflake? As I was saying, in an old Minecraft parkour map that I made back in, I think it was in middle school, the very last section was actually a well that you had to climb out of, and it was like a really, really tall section. So I think it'd be neat to just have like a unique like well climbing out section where it's like you go higher and higher until eventually you actually, that's one of the exits. Okay, you try to do a thing. I see it. So read a message as Dorothy. Hey Aunt, how's it going? I just need a short breather. This dungeon is pretty long, no? By the way, you did see them too, right? You know, them. The snakes? I hate those things. I mean, they are huge, but also quick and sneaky. And there are just so many of them. Yeah, I really don't like snakes. Pardon, I guess I just felt like talking about it. Anyway, those things will not stop me. The race is still on. How's that, Snowflake? The weird thing about trying to voice Dorothy, trying to come up with a voice for Dorothy, is in many ways I see myself as Dorothy. Like, Dorothy has a lot of my own mannerisms or things like that. Or qualities that, or at least some qualities that I see in myself in terms of qualities of character. So basically it's trying to say like, okay, Antomicx, how would you sound? And I'm like, if you're a lady. I'm like, oh, that's a good question. So that's kind of, that's, who knows, subject to change as I do more of these read messages as Dorothy's, but that's my best take at it right now. Yep, no problem, Snowflake. Speaking of things, I actually think this would be it's probably approaching a good spot to take a break. Let me just put this there, this up here, and this goes direct, not like that. Going to exit 2. Oh, so that was the Emily Butt brand. That's very clever, Snowflake. I actually didn't notice that initially. Thanks for the reference. I always love a good Emily reference. I am, after all, one of Antomicx's favorite characters, no? Yes, Emily, you are. Of course, you're one of my favorite characters. Oh, thank you, Antomicx. But anyway, I think this is going to be a good spot to take a quick break, so don't worry, guys. I will be right back. welcome back, chat. Copper Nicholson, I think I have now refunded your channel points for that earlier redemption, so please just double check to make sure that went through. Oh no! Wow! Okay, Snowflake, okay. Okay. There are many strange advertisements out there, I will say that. Yeah. Yep, like I said, I'd refund you, so that's that should be taken care of. As for the other, oh, now we've used all the Cabrattle. Excuse me. All the Cabrattle focused sections. So it's time to use the Cobra focus sections, which there aren't too many of those left. And it could be a bit short on the Cobra side. Well, actually, wait, no, did I not use? I'm being dumb. I might be being dumb. We have not used D4 yet. It was A4 that we used, I see. Okay. Yep, no problem, Snowblade. Thank you very much. That's fair. Yep. So for those who, friendly reminder, chat, that Dorothy is, Dorothy's not the imposter. What are you talking about, Copper Nicholson? This isn't Among Us. I'm sorry, this isn't Among Us. So which one was that one? Number 4. An L-shaped section. Oh, right, it's that one. Or is it that one? One of these sections. There's a couple L-shaped sections. No, it's that one. Okay. That one could easily be turned into a, I think a multi-section. Sus, no. Oh yeah, those are some nice emotes. Yeah. We actually could redesign that one to be a multi-directional run. Okay, I will actually use that one. Which one is that? That is... the... No. Browse at the high elevation. Okay, so that's an easier one, so I'd probably start with that one. Alright, so C4, or sorry, not C4, B4, room B4. Let's, start with that one. Actually, wait a minute. That one has a rattle. Introduce it. Start with room B4. They have them go up to C6 and to okay. Similar sort of thing over here. So, sorry, B5. We'll have a key and a lever again. Let's just measure this out. What is B5? So B5 is another platform pathway. Alright, yeah, I think a lock and keys mechanism will make sense here. There, a lever. Let's just go with the lever then. Oh, the lever door. These levers are easier to work with. Don't require key management. Okay, here we go. Or 6 leads on down. Where we have that divergence again. So B6 would definitely be, we'll say, the main way out, whereas B7 is the challenge path. Alright. Well, chat. No, I went silent there for a little bit, but we finally have used all of our main room types. Yes! They're there, chat. They're finally there. They're finally used. Which means that now we can start doing some more fun things, like thinking about where the boss areas will be, and trying to read interconnect stuff. And what we do then. Because with the bosses, they do require a lot of programming. They're unique. Probably be a good idea to keep them to their own frame. Yeah, alright. Okay, so let's add a duplicate the slide. And delete all this. Oop. Moves around a bit. There. Yep. Yo, cool too. Thank you so much for dropping by. How you been? Welcome, welcome. Let's make these distinct. To signify that there's danger afoot. Here. Aw, I'm sorry to hear that, Koal, too. I hope that gets better. Copper Nicholson, why? All right. Alright. Got our little boss areas down here. Alrighty. Think. E. There.
What doors do we have now? 4, 5, 6.
A lot door. Right there. Alrighty. That should do. want to put this locked door. Not exit 1 should not be here. It should actually be here. Righty, almost there. Okay. There. There's 7 leads over there. Alrighty. think that'll do. At least as a baseline. So, chat, this is our level diagram situation here. We got ourselves our main floor, our bottom floor, and of course the separate floor for the bosses, simply because that'll require a lot of programming, and we want to save. We want to save processing power where we could. I mean, I could probably move these within the dungeon proper. But it would be good, in my view, to scope it out. It might be good to scope it out and keep it in such a manner that it's not... might not impact performance as much. I don't know. I mean, I like it in Dark Souls 1 where it's like you have the boss arenas, like you can physically see them in advance, or at least kind of know where they are based off of locations. That worked here though, because I know there is a lot of programming that will be involved with them. Oh, so to answer your question, Coppernickel, so what we're looking at here, like YouTube, that basically this is an overall chart that maps out the basics of the level layout. So if you remember how we've been making all those different we'll say room ideas and trying to interconnect them together, well, now we've done that, or at least an outline of doing that. So what all these arrows mean, chat, is they are essentially the mapping out of how these different rooms should be laid out together in the dungeon. And this is necessary because we need to show that these things can be at least theoretically connected together in such a way that there isn't any overlapping path here. This isn't even just a program. This is just more of a, and right now this is just Google Sheets, me outlining different areas for things. But this definitely helps me much better visualize the dungeon itself. And we can come back to this to add to it with like more details, like different items and such. I do know for item 4, I want that to be a lens of insight. And, you know, for a tutorial dungeon, this is at least a good start, I think. Oh yeah, so, yeah, Copper Nicholson, all this is stuff I do in Doodle. You can use any kind of software you want for this. This is just outlining. It doesn't actually program anything or design a particular level, but it does help. It's a tool to help with level design. Think of this as like the level design equivalent of outlining an essay. That's what this is. Exactly, this is Doodle Slide Snowflake, but basically we have our outline. I'm debating whether or not to just write out what kinds of things to use in the upper paths here, but might be better off just figuring that out once I've actually laid out the rooms to see where my extra space is to do these cool things with the upper path idea I have. So I think what we'll do is we'll transition over to trying to actually connect these rooms together in a meaningful way in the tiled editor now that we have this outline. But we'll try to at least leave some space between some of the rooms so that we could potentially strain a path through them on a higher route. So yeah, all in all, might not seem like much check, but this is very helpful, and let's make use of it. All right. Oh, nice enough. I appreciate the compliment. Now, that also means this area is going to be completely remodeled, and that's okay. Because we are changing things. Let's just Get this out of here. There we go. Okay. I'm sorry, Snowflake. I'm sorry, but I need to clear that space to match the actual layouts we have here. I'm sure there'll be some point where you can bring the beds back, but for now we're going to be using the outlining. We'll say the outline stuff. So stuff that looks like this to at least get the rough layouts here. And then, like a coloring book, that's when we would actually start tiling in new things. So, I think what we'll do is we'll start with the right side of the map, just because I think the right side of the map... No, we sleep on the sewer floor using snake corpses as a mattress. No! No! That sounds awful. Alright. Let's start with the area here. I'll move you further down. Alright, so according to the lower levels here, we've done B2, that's what that section is. Now we have to go to A2. A2 is... Rattlesnake to bond slope, or that one. I know which one that is. Okay. All we do... Selection tool. Well, as first we'll copy the draft base layer. We'll C. Go to the underground layer 1. And the map says this needs to go... Well, we made it go left, but we don't really have a lot of space to work with if we go left. That's where the well is, and the well is kind of the dividing line between the left and right halves of this dungeon. That's a fair point, Snowflake. There's gonna be so much blood on Dorothy's white dress. No! The horror. But yeah, if things were more realistic, yeah, that thing, Dorothy's outfit would probably get pretty dirty by the end of the game. But that's, obviously, trying to program something like that in would be, I think, way more effort than it's worth. Especially since I have to, especially since I have to draw every single animation, potentially that's done with all the different weapons and such, so even an effect like that would complicate things quickly. So, I'm gonna try to avoid that. Yep. And now that I'm looking at this, it might actually be wise to try and orient this more towards the right. Yep. Okay, we need to rethink this just a little bit. Oh. Those upstairs are actually not much towards the left. Yeah, so now this looks like a mess, chat, but I promise it will work out. We just need to reorient things with the space we do have to work with. Ah, fair enough, stop playing. Why is you're saying Dorothy is doomed die? That's funny. Okay.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
Everything is such a mess. Here.
Remember all the happy times we had? We're very much alike.
Thanks for the hubs. I appreciate it.
Remember all the happy times we had?
There.
We're very much alike.
Things a mess, but we will make it work. If that was over there. Oh, hold on, we probably moved A4. Yeah, that should be more like that. Yeah. Okay. Okay. Door, move that over there. Here. There, this to here. You probably have to do something like this. So, over there. There. Oh no, Dorothy has been booped. And it was about to happen eventually, wasn't it? Okay. Now it's oriented more towards the right side of the map. E to move over here. Okay, now it's better. It's definitely more rightward now. All right. Now more rightward, we know that needs to actually head upward. Since again, the little map's over there. Do some painting. This section here. And put it right there. Okay. Also need some stairs, but that's okay. Stairs do we do? 2, 3, 4. Okay. Like that. I know. Especially with the railroad. What our opponent. Alright, Dr. Nicholson, okay. Moving. Thinking with the way this is set up, we want... Actually, what are those? You go to B3. B2. There's 2. I mess these up. I might mess these up. Yep, I definitely messed these up. Well, no, I didn't. No, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Okay. Where's A2 coming to? Okay, no, that is A2. That is A2. I just was confused because A2 is not where that branches off from. It's actually lever door 2. Okay. Focus on just getting the layout. Make it pretty later. Okay. One section. Now we're on to B3. B3 is Hero platform 510 rattlesnakes platform node. Okay. I know which one that is. That's the S-shaped one. Get that one. Oh, nope. Yep. Do I have any fun stories about rabbits? Not off the top of my head. I think of like the rabbits from what was the name of that book? Alice in Wonderland. That's one of the first things that comes to my mind. Either that or like Watership Down or something like that. Put that there. The tricky thing, we also have to leave some space, some kind of path. B3 could lead upstairs 3. It's A3. Okay, and A3 is a rattlesnake path.
Maybe. Put it over here, that gives some space. It's either gonna be up here or down there. So hop up, and a 1, 2. Okay. There's our little connection. Like that. I don't know off the top of my head. Oh, well, if you want an excuse for a rabbit to fly, Copper Nicholson, cream the rabbit. Cream the rabbit, just look up That's Not the Headshot character. She can fly. She flaps her ears to fly. Okay, well that's A3. Or sorry, B3. Let me just connection to up there. All right. Where'll this put us in the overarching map? Okay. So they hop over here. They're up. Then up is to the stairs and right is to C1. Okay. First I need to get the enemies up there, so... Actually, I'm just about to take a break, chat, so don't worry, guys. I will be right back. Hey chat, welcome back. What we do is have just a little T-shaped hallway here. Out to the right. The left will lead to a stairwell. In terms of that stair up, we need to make sure it connects back. Oh. He's back to the altar. Well, considering how close the altar is to the left. Yeah, the altar's right next to it, so we gotta adjust the layout here. It's fine. So I just need to flip some things around. Alrighty. Depends on the character, Copper Nicholson, though generally it's useful to have your class tie in strongly with your D&D character, since they can complement each other. Basically, you'll always have, I generally think you'll have a lot more fun if the class you choose, I like to think of the class almost like the job or occupation or lifestyle of a character, or at least it's tailored in some way to that. So, if you pick a particular class for your character, for example, you probably want to make sure it matches up with their personality or their goals or things along those lines. That'll make it more fun and enjoyable to roleplay as. As an example, one character a D&D character I created for D&D 5e was a Warforged character that was supposed to be like some kind of weapon of war that's wanted to just become more human, or at least become more sentient, or have more control over their morals and such. And in order to match that character, since I described her as a machine of war, I needed to make sure the class I picked was very good, was very focused on combat, and the fighter class ended up making the most sense in that case, since I didn't want my character to be too heavy of a magic user or anything like that. I didn't think that quite fit with her. And I also imagined that she would be very adept at a wide variety of weapons, hence fighter made the most sense. Anyway. So, does that answer your question, Copper Nicholson? Three up. Need A3 to lever door 3. Okay. Oh, wow. That actually lines up pretty well. Whoops. The back layer first. I don't know why I figure this out. The basic level. Used to be a lever door there. And a lever. Opens the door. We also need to make sure the stairs are there. 2. Stairs will have to be right there. Match up. And this is where we need to put our little snake pathway. Well, in that case, Copper Nicholson, I highly encourage you to just read about various monk characters that have been made or things like that. Typically, monks are, if not religious, at least spiritual, and have some kind of connection with a deity of some kind or nature or anything along those lines. There's a lot of different paths you can take that, but generally speaking, I think of a monk as some kind of as either like someone at a monastery that is devout towards a particular faith or group, or someone who is either lives in the wilderness or among a certain part of nature that is very devout towards some kind of spirituality or belief system. That's typically how I think of a monk. Now, there's probably some kind of subclass of monk that's more like a brawler, if that's what you're thinking of, but generally speaking, I think of a monk having some kind of deal like that. As an example, I know another character in one of the campaigns I was a part of. She was like a warrior monk of some kind. Not particularly religious, more so devout to her swamp. Kind of like the swamp characters from Avatar: The Last Airbender. Yeah. Just take your own spin on that. See, we need an A3. A3 is 5 to 10 rattlesnakes. Okay. Wait, which one is this? 5 to 10 rattlesnakes one is those variations. They might have been variations.
Okay, so this one. Just grab hold of that. Can't make this work. What I'm noticing is this is going to force it to be a bit to the right. We push it more down here. Actually, first let's really extraneous stuff here. Okay. Push it more down this way. Or just have it loop. Because yeah, probably going to need a loop, or at least go in a different direction, because at the moment it's kind of not making a whole lot of sense. Actually, yeah, I want to go a bit more to the right. Do something like this. Okay, yeah, it is a bit of a weird section. Do something like that.
like that, we'd probably want this moved over here. Oh, we'll get to that. Yo! Hello, KJ Sparks! Thank you so much for dropping by. How's it going? Right now, welcome to the dev stream. Right now, we're in the midst of bringing some, counting some levels together. So we actually did outline, I'd say, the first dungeon for the most power, and now we're trying to put, connect all these rooms together in a meaningful way. So, all excited. Yeah, Simmon's pretty good. But then for me, I like sugar cookies the best, personally. Yep. Yeah, let's move... this lever. I have a sideways facing door. I think I do. Oh, yep, I definitely do. Fortunately, it's not well spaced out due to the animation constraints. I don't have to face it that way. All we'd have to do. Always move it just a smidge closer. Oh, it'd be easier just to have a sideways facing door, but this is also acting as a gateway to different things, so let's pull up here. Okay. Not what I wanted. Move you. You're on the spot there. Move you towards the center. That should give that me now. There we go. And I am realizing I did not quite draw this in a way that makes sense. It's sideways facing paths always have that diagonal there. Okay. Well, it's a good thing I checked for this, because this is easily be confusing. Right, let's... The simple thing is just going to be to double these. So, oop. Just like that. Oh, that sounds like fun, KJ Sparks. Considering how long that is, I might want to consider widening it. To really show the ooh, I like that. Like that, I like that. And now it looks a bit more like a fixed gate that's just on its side. So try that out. Not making a house cake taste parts. More so trying to make outline the dungeon itself. And in order to do that, I needed to have a sideways facing door, and well, I think that'll work. At least as a placeholder for a sideways facing door. I'm not sure. KJ Sports. Oh, yep, Snowflake was here earlier. Not sure if they are still here, but if they are, that's awesome. If not, that's okay too. I think what we'll do is we'll have that sideways facing door there. We can prominently display lever. Just out of reach. Alright, there we go. Now it's simplifying itself up a bit. It's a much simpler little path. Now we can bring over. Now I feel comfortable bringing over the snacks. So let's the rattlesnakes. Get our rattlesnakes. Nope. I think that's the wrong one. That'll do. A rabbit with deer antlers. That'd be interesting. Like some kind of mythical rabbit. I see. Fair enough, cool too, no problem. Okay, so now we have that connecting path coming back. Down here. Go to the right. That was where C1 will be. C1 is just a Cobra introduction. So, for Cobra introduction, probably just have it go down, have a sideways hallway, personally. Keep it simple. I think we'll want to move downward anyway, just to give ourselves plenty of space to work with over here. Oh no, better yet, we have them come in like this, so they actually get to see the long hallway they have to go through, knowing that it rattles at the end. A little bit of a sneaky hallway like this. Give the player plenty of time to see what they're up against. There we go. Let's put the rattle there. Rattle. There it is. Ready? Yo, you're heading off to watching us finishing part 5? Ooh, sounds like fun. KK's parts. Hope you have. Thank you so much for dropping by. Really appreciate it. Hope you have an awesome night then. Alright, so we need an upper path that leads to A4 and then a side path that leads to B4. B4 is... Right. Okay. First, let's have that upper path to A4 to begin with. A4 is, I think, the longer path for, yeah, rattlesnakes. So that longer path. Maybe prudent to actually reverse the direction this goes. So, things around here. Cool. That sounds like on Chapter Nicholson. This just to go higher. Already also there for the sake of making use of stuff. Like that would be a more condensed use of space, but I think we need just a little more space to work with here, so let's, especially since this is going another stairwell upward. What's that gonna look like? Yeah. Actually, you could have it be more to the right. Always a possibility. Long as it ends to the left. It wraps around it. Try to do a condensed version first. If it doesn't work, we can always adjust it. Hey, welcome back to all too. How's it going?
over something better. Any advice for how to do a flying route that doesn't rely on organic tools, provide something related to magic-based energy constructs? Well, that would probably be more related to your class or occupation, Copper Nicholson, not the character's race. Copper Nicholson, the only thing that rolls to hit are going to be the same no matter whether you're a tiny character or a massive character for the most part. So just because, let's say you have a character that's like 2 feet tall versus a character that's 6 feet tall, rolls to hit are going to probably work largely the same for both of them. But the 2-foot tall character might be able to fit in places that are tinier, whereas the 6-foot tall character might be able to reach places that the 2-foot tall character simply couldn't. Well, Copper Nicholson, you're the one who was asking how do I basically gain flight without tying it to with like some kind of construct. Well, as soon as you said that, that's like, okay, now you're getting into like classes or jobs or things like that, or stuff that the character learned as opposed to something that the character innately has. But if it were like they had wings or just some part of their body allowed them to fly, then of course that would be tied more to the race. Alright, so that'll lead up.
Very much alike.
Remember all the happy times we had?
Very much alike.
Well, again, that comes to how you want to design the character, Copper Nicholson.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
Now, as for what's up here, A5. Okay, A5 is the Snake Death Maze. Okay, there's the Snake Death Maze.
about this for a second. Do the 3. It is there. Item over there. That would be tantalizingly close. Over here to be the snake death pit. So for this, we'll actually want to adjust the layout here. So we'll move it here. The path lead like that. Start will be here. So. Yeah, it basically sums up Flight DM Pluto for sure. It can have a lot of utility, but it definitely depends on the dungeon layout. Like, if you make a dungeon with like a low ceiling, then it isn't as useful, but it also depends on the terrain that you come across. But still, having the capability to fly can be pretty cool. It then depends on the character, though. Enough space for a second platform to jump up. There. Okay. There we go. Actually, wait, no. Don't want to have any opportunity to accidentally glitch one's way up easily. We have to add an item though. E. That. Cool. All right. It's implemented. Could use a space. Going to the right again. E4. That's four is all shaped because your rattlesnakes want destroyers. Oh, or forget, needs a copy of the enemies. There's something. Thought something strange happened. There we go. Go to the right. Here. Tool 1 F. Yep, no problem. Tool 2, no problem. Turn over the for enemies. B4, where's B5? Okay. B5 is the trickier one. Put it there. And more condensed. Do something like that. There isn't really a way to get them to the right though. I have them come from the top though. That'd be... I haven't used any spells in D&D Copper Nicholson, so no comment.
I'm thinking actually something like here-ish would work well. I'll do a little bit of redesign, but that's okay. Bust myself in a bit too. No, I got the wrong one. Oh, I see. Yeah, it's the wrong one. Okay, so one browse at high elevation. I see. I made a mistake. Okay. Oh, it's easy to get confused by these things. Oh wait, no, that was the correct one. Yeah, no, that was the correct one. Or no, that's the correct one. That one. Yeah. V5 is up L-shaped platform. Yeah. Okay, that's definitely more I can do with this.
Hey, welcome back to Wall 2. Thanks for dropping back. Kind of deep in thought here, trying to internet some levels. I need a lever door. That'll do, I think. Here. Okay. That there. Go.
Ready? Now we moved up B6 and B7. So these are each more complex ones. Oh, that's the vertically on rectangular platforms level. Need a lot of horizontal space for that one. And the one to the right. You shift upward. B6 is... Alright, I know that section. Okay. Extra brow atop different platforming with section with long corridors. Okay. Oh, wait. Pretty vertically long. Okay. Talking about this one. Okay. Might actually want to go down. Yeah. First and foremost,
know there's a way to flip these. That'd be useful. Find out. Oh, I flip. Seemingly not. Okay. Flip this. So try to do this. Look at this. Okay, now it's got that flipped. That looks more usable for our purposes. Plop it right there. We can plop it right there. Won't make the player have to go too far though. Okay. There. Okay. There we go. Right. I feel like that will also have to be flipped, at least in terms of out. Sure. I don't want to shift this one to the right, maybe. no, actually. Oh, actually, yeah, shifting it to the right could make sense. Actually, it'd make a lot of sense, yeah. Put this up here somewhere. Doesn't need to be flipped anyway. This. There we go. Okay. Now that's flipped around.
Remember all the happy times we had.
Very much alike.
Well, that could be a potential simplification right there.
All right. I'll tell you the truth.
And again. Yeah, no, there's no reason it has to be all the way up there. Even a couple blocks down. There we go.
enemies over here, so they're doing stuff. And we can go from there. Right? That's all going together. Okay. I think that's going to be a good spot to start wrapping things up. So, chat, you might be saying, what did we just accomplish? Well, let me give you a bird's eye view of this place. So, when we started tonight's stream, chat, I would like to point out that this entire, well, hold on, I need to finish throwing in some enemies here. But as you can see, just look at this, look at the complexity here. And it's not just on this one layer. If we go back to the top, you can even see like it applies up here too. It's becoming a dungeon. That's what we have accomplished tonight. It's starting to really become a dungeon. And to think that this is just like one half of a dungeon. There's gonna be like another half over here that'll be unto itself. And then of course a third section that we'll work on once we have both halves together. And of course the boss arenas, that'll be fun. But yeah, nice roll too. I appreciate the compliment. Let me just, before I forget, just put the enemy types in these last two rooms so that those are all squared away, and then we'll start to wrap things up. Isn't there anything that isn't about bots? Sorry, Rattlesnake, that's the first thing I thought of when you said that. Yeah, all in all, I think this was pretty effective in terms of a level designing process, since
like I said before, that one stream we only accomplished making one room, whereas in subsequent streams, like 2 streams, he's got us all these level ideas, and then another stream will, you know, allow us to kind of tie them together. So that's much more efficient in my view. Let's see, dropped enemies and doors. Want that? We'll go this layer. Oh. I think the intent here was that what was the intent here? Okay. Actually, those 2 should be. I see. All right, it's in that corner. Got it. Yep. I think I mirrored that properly. Hard to tell because there's just so many. I had to flip it around. Okay, yep. Planes. Got it. Yep. Now all we need is 1 more set of enemies, then we'll be good to go. The other one will be easier to remember. This section's largely the same, and then we just have a quick battle. And boom. Okay, there we go. And now, as they say, it is starting to look like something. So, in one strem, we finished a rough outline of the layout of this dungeon. And we started connecting together or just basically one major chunk of this dungeon, which is and I'll call it the Cobra chunk. The right half of the dungeon, so to speak. All this was accomplished in just a little over 4 hours. I'd say that's pretty good, considering this is my first time making an intricate dungeon like this. Anyway, I will start to wrap things up right here. If you're watching on Twitch, feel free to stick around for a raid. Or if you're watching this on YouTube and you like what you saw, please consider subscribing on YouTube. It's free to subscribe on YouTube. You can always change your mind later, and it's a great way to show support. If you're watching this on YouTube, I hope you have an awesome night.